Right. And I'm all set. Let me just set up the music, and we should be good to go. I've been having a pretty good day today, though. All things considered, at least. Though I do realize that I need to update my terms of service, so hopefully I'll be able to do that soon. New outfit? Oh, not really. I don't really do a very good job of showing it off, but I can just, like, take off stuff when it's summer because, you know, it'd be hot. Seahorse, could you... Thank you. Alright, so, I'm not gonna spend the whole drawing section working on this, but... I am at least going to sketch out an idea. And after that, who knows what else I'll work on. We'll have to find out together. I had a pretty relaxing day, though, all things considered. Realizing that I got more stuff that I need to work on now, but it's a start, at least. Okay, let's get the references out first. Honestly, I really should consider trying to make a second outfit for myself. It wouldn't be a bad idea at all. Not sure what it would be, though. Still, having something for the warmer months would definitely be good. The with and without layers is cute, though. Thank ya. I did make the mistake of making this initial outfit part of the model itself, so I would definitely need to do a fair amount of revision in order to make it work, but that's not to say that I couldn't make it work. I'm also gonna have to break pattern with the versions of these I've done so far, just because, like, if I stick with the whole from the thighs up for the framing, there's gonna be very little of this one because we're working with Lucky today, and she's small. If I were to do that, I'd probably have the drawing only go up to, like, here, and I'd prefer not. But yeah, this is going to be the first thing that we do today, at least. Okay, so we got, once again, several kinds of animals that we're going to be working with here. I'd really like to lean more into the cartoonish side, though. I feel like it's not going to be a proper fusion with a design as toony as Fluffy's... Oh, not Fluffy's, that's the group's name, as Lucky's, without leaning into that kind of toon shape, which I'm not super used to, but you know what? We're gonna have to try and learn how to do some new things tonight. We'll definitely want to emphasize the feet, since we're going to be mixing in rabbit here. Oh, you know what? Let's just start making some shapes and see where that kind of leads us. Gonna open up another one of the previous fusions in a separate window just so I can kind of compare as I work. Hey Tippy, how's it going? Hope you're having a good one. Probably to roughly like around thereabouts, I think. From like bottom-ish up to there, that should probably be enough, hopefully. You know what, actually? She's got a fairly symmetrical base for the line, so maybe we could work with that. Things are going good for you too? I'm glad to hear that. There we go. So I've got these kind of goofy bits that y'all can see on the sides. Maybe I could work that into the kind of flared out face that she's got. What about you? How are you doing today, Tippy? I definitely want to work with Lucky's frame though, because I think I just need to be tuned, you know? I gotta... Sometimes you just gotta go full tune. Oh, this is gonna look very silly. Ooh. Well, I mean, I guess I am making a tune. Oh, Boise, Idaho. Let's try and rein this in a little bit, at least. I hope that, Lucky and Julian's vacation went well. Saw that they had went to... I can't remember if it's Disneyland or Disney World. It always struck me as silly that there were two separate parks with two separate names. Like, why not just call one Disney World and the other one, like, Disney World California or something? But whatever one it was that they went to, I hope that went well. Disney World was supposed to be a fascist corpo town? I mean, that makes sense, but, can you explain further? Also, hey Daryl, hope you're having a good one today. Time to make this unnecessarily complicated for myself. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Hey, Jiggle! Get one bit because I am broke. Now you must go and give others. All. It's alright, Jiggle. I never expect any kind of, like, bits or subs or anything like that, so I appreciate it regardless. Though that does remind me, I forgot, started setting up a little late, so I forgot to set up all of the interactive stuff. So let me do that real quick. There we go. And... there we go. Oh. Thank you. I appreciate it, Jiggle. It has a special text status because Walt dreamed of building a model town. Wow, that does sound very dystopic. Alright, take care, Jiggle. I hope you had a great day today, and I hope the rest of the day also treats you pretty great. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted, please. There we go. Make the shape, the pose a little more dynamic. Where the hand go. Okay. Can probably make the connecting point a little more narrow too, I think.
Calls to heaven.
Yeah, that feels a little better. You know, a big part of her brand, Lucky's, is really leaning into the whole Animaniacs kind of aesthetic. So maybe we kind of go something similar with something that it clearly has certain animal inspirations, but it's not really clear what exactly it is. Keep it narrow. Yeah, something kind of like that. Really don't have very much experience designing tunes, so this is going to be an interesting challenge. You know, despite how much anime and Western cartoons inspire each other, I just haven't really done... Oh, I just haven't... Nope. Haven't really done very much with them. With at least more specifically tune designs. It'd be interesting trying to design a tune model one of these days. Even just rigging one would be an interesting potential challenge. Fortunately, we both have the :3 mouth, so that helps a little bit with translating and combining. How are you doing, by the way, Daryl? And if there's anyone else I haven't checked in with, I'm curious. These tend to be the kinds of streams where I want to talk more, but I often don't really have much to talk about. One thing at the very least I can talk about, actually, is what I watched last week. Because I started my quest to find scientifically the best Disney Channel original movie out of the ones suggested. I'm not some mad woman who's gonna watch every single one of the, like, 100+ Disney Channel original movies that they've ever made. I just don't care enough to do that. But I got a huge list of suggested titles, and I'm going through all of those. And we started off with the very first Disney Channel original movie to have the title of Disney Channel original movie. That being Under Wraps from 1997. That's the one that, this is like the quick synopsis version. There is a couple of kids who discover in the house of a neighbor who has supposedly died a secret sarcophagus with a mummy inside who is brought back to life by the light of the full moon for the next couple of days. Then it turns into them trying to fight mob, I guess? It's honestly kind of unclear. Some kind of organized crime to keep the mummy safe and to reunite him with his historical love interest. And it's surprisingly good, honestly. Honestly, it is just surprisingly kind of good. I was not expecting the first one to be such a high watermark, but it was, strangely enough. Most of what earned it its good points, with me at least, was the actual performance of the titular, well, not the titular, but I guess the title referenced character, the mummy, because he managed to pull off a very difficult blend of slapstick pantomime, which, having studied pantomime under a world-renowned professional, I have a high bar for slapstick and pantomime now. And then also still managed to be a completely wordless, really competent dramatic actor as well. Like, I was not going into frickin' Under Wraps expecting for there to be serious, dramatic pathos, and yet... Hi. Hi, Bay. I can't stay, but I just wanted to say hi and hope that you have a wonderful stream. Thank you. I hope you have a great rest of your day too, Alexandra, and thank you so much for stopping by regardless. I appreciate that. I need to bring the eyes down and inwardly a little bit. Let's try doing that. Right? Yeah, that's better. So she's got this very trademark kind of fox patterning going on with the face silhouette. If I can get that done in maybe a couple dozen less strokes. It also goes out, down. But I guess I shouldn't be too bothered if I have to do stuff in a lot of strokes. This is just the sketch layer after all. It ends a little higher than that, up on the face. Closer to like around here though, I think. Granted though, the movie wasn't without its flaws too. I had to deduct a lot of points for how much it just kind of shoved down heteronormativity just right down the throats. And that was definitely the biggest place it lost points for me. Overall though, it still ended up being almost... Oh, it ended up being 24 good points to 17 bad points, so it still ended up being a pretty good movie, all things considered. We'll see how it stands up as we continue to go through the original movie canon. Here, we'll put this part of the hair in. Next one I'm gonna be watching though for that challenge is Halloween Town. And that one I'm looking forwards to because I'm a big fan of Debbie Reynolds as an actress, and since she's the main character of the movie, I have some high hopes. Just typing out a comment real quick, someone in Discord. Of course, I need to work in patchwork. I think actually it would look a little better maybe if I connect it directly to this part, to the corner, a little more aesthetically pleasing maybe. I only have 6 bits left, hasn't even been a day. Oh. I don't know why the smack cam didn't go off, but oh wait, hold on. Here we go. Oh, also, chat, if y'all could do me a tiny favor, if you see my eyes starting to act weirdly, like, if you see my eyes really rapidly blinking or twitching or stuff, please let me know. I'm trying to diagnose what's going on with, camera troubles. You sitting over on its puppet really nicely. Yes, yes I did, Rose. Also, hey, Rose. I'm gonna be working on them in just a little bit after I do a little doodle to work out the rough design for this VTuber Fusion, and I don't know, I might have dinner before then, I don't know. How you doing today? Alright, there we go. I think that'll do. You're just back in mind after a lengthy trip to the parents. Oh, I hope that was a good trip. Okay. Something like that would probably work. I'm thinking we kind of work with Lucky's ear shape, but make them a little more rounded off at the tips and a little longer. Kind of like this, I think. But yeah, we're gonna be making D&D subclasses based off of pro wrestling as a broad concept. I don't think that I've only been watching pro wrestling and actually being interested in watching pro wrestling for a little while now, so I don't think I am really qualified to do like any kind of deep cut references to wrestlers. But as a whole, I can reference them. Excuse me. Turbo butts? What's a turbo butt? Sounds very powerful. I could destroy a toilet, I bet, if I had a turbo butt. That's something one of my siblings had. But I'm not really supposed to talk about that in polite company. Do I know Yansha Golgo? Nope, never heard of them. Also, hey Odin, hope you're having a good one. Okay, that looks roughly right. Let's add in some ear fluff. Your sibling had turbo butt? It was a very frequent thing that we had to regularly repair the toilets in our household. She just pooped too powerfully. It was unfortunate, but simple reality. The chosen one! Not particularly. You're essentially out of a job. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, I hope you're able to find something new very quickly. That sounds like a rough time of it. Yansha is the one who really got you interested. See, what's Yansha's deal? What kind of wrestler are they? Yansha's a monster girl, specifically a Manananggal. Huh. Aren't Manananggals the ones that can, like, detach their upper body from their lower body and then fly around with their, like, intestines and stuff hanging out? How does that work? I mean, that sounds like a hell of a wrestling gimmick if you can manage to do that. I'm not sure how you would, though. A window open for her tonight. I would, but we have air conditioning on, so I really can't. Thank you for the kiss. You've eaten up your dinner? Good. Thank you for the head pat. I appreciate it. Let's lower these parts down a little bit, just to look a little more in pattern, I guess, with the others. But yeah, how does she do a Manarango gimmick as someone who's presumably not able to split in two? I'm very curious now. Let's see. What else? Oh. Oh. When you said that she has a cool wrestling outfit, I completely did not register that she was still a VTuber and thought she was like, oh, okay, yeah, so she must be like some kind of Filipino professional wrestler. Okay, I see how that would work. I don't know how she would split in half, but that sounds pretty cool. We're friends with a real wrestler called Kid Bandit, though, who's like this gender-fluid weeb daredevil wrestler. Oh, I think I've seen posts from Kid Bandit around. I don't really, like, actively follow any kind of pro wrestler because actively following them just doesn't really feel like my thing, but it is a pretty cool look. Alright, I'm gonna need to turn this off for a bit. They do look pretty dang cool, though. Nyla Rose. Oh yeah. I've seen Nyla Rose before, not in person, obviously, and like I just said, I don't really follow pro wrestler Twitter, but I have seen her, like, performing before, and that was really cool. I'm really glad that she's been able to make inroads as a trans woman in professional wrestling. It would be nice, though, if she wasn't, like, the only one. But I guess that's what being a, that's what being a trailblazer is. There are others, but none a mainstay in a major company yet. I see. Yeah, like, I know some amateur wrestlers, for instance. The one that immediately comes to mind is, what's her name? Or, I don't remember what their pronouns are, or their specific name, but I remember it's something Sterling. I want to say Stephanie Sterling? I know that they do wrestling. James Stephanie Sterling. Okay, so I remembered that much. Yes. On an episode you think... on an episode of Elevation, she apparently fought Max the Impaler, who's a non-binary trans-Max wrestler with a Mad Max kind of gimmick. Interesting. Huh. Well, that's pretty cool. I'm curious, are there any... do y'all know of any, like, face trans or non-binary wrestlers? Because don't get me wrong, I love a good heel as much as the next person. And also, I recognize that, hey, due to how storytelling has been done over, gosh, decades, if not centuries, in pop culture, a lot of queer people feel more connected to the villains because, hey, that's how we were portrayed. But are there any faces? Also, hey, Obsidia. How dare you call me a face? I would absolutely cheat in wrestling. Have you seen how tiny I am? Of course you have. You're one of the few people who have. You know that I could not win in a wrestling match unless I cheated. I would have to be the heel.
You do realize I can always skip puzzles from the menu.
No problem.
What? I could've.
How's it going for you today, Obsidia? What you been up to? Enjoying your day off? Nice, nice, nice. Doing more D&D admin work? Yeah, I saw. Thighs wistfully in sapphic RPG playing slut. These need to go a little more inwardly. I'm gonna be watching that as much as I can. Yeah, I have Comet Tails at least. That's true. But you know what would be even better? Having Farmer Tails? Where did I fucking get Farmer Tails? Having Comet Tails and then also doing more stuff. Why was I gonna say Farmer Tails? That's nothing. Candy Lee is a face trans woman who's pretty big in the indies. I haven't heard of her, but that's not really a surprise because at this point, literally all of the wrestling I've been exposed to, I think, is just AEW. I know! I know I am jelly. Good taste at least watching AEW over WWE. Oh yeah, like... Look, I'm someone who, you know, has one of those identities where everything I do has to be political. I would prefer if, at least when I'm trying to watch my musical theater with bodily trauma, I can have it be not political. At least not as political as WWE is just passively. They needed a better women's division, though. I mean, what little I've seen of the women's division, I've enjoyed, I guess, though... I don't know, I feel like they need, like, more variety in faces and heels. They get, like, 2 matches a week. Yeah, that's not a lot compared to the guys, that's a fair point. Squash matches? What is a squash match? Sounds squishy. They need to sign Maki Ito? That's not a wrestler in their roster already? I could have sworn I had seen her performing before. Squash match? Oh, she's been on the show, but isn't some. Ah, I see, I see. Squash matches are one-sided matches that are over in a couple of minutes. Ah. Yeah. Squash matches aren't fun. I don't know if that's like a hot take or anything, but I don't like squash matches. Her whole thing is that she's a fired idol turned bad girl. That sounds pretty fantastic. Oh, was she the one that had her picture taken with that, Jock X Drama Kid tag team that recently got paired? Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. They flew out high school buddy to get squashed on. Oh, they flew out a high school buddy to get squashed on for a few AEW YouTube shows? They do YouTube shows too? That feels wild somehow. Also, hey Bunny, how's it going? Oh, okay. I've definitely seen her before. Is she also the one that has that one, like, meme picture of her where she's, like, her opponent is doing the bridge pose, like the bridge yoga pose on the mat in front of her, and she's just, like, falling at a complete 45-degree angle, no arms, no legs or anything, just, like, standing totally still, totally stiff, falling over? Because if so, I've definitely seen her before. Okay, yeah. Yeah, she is a really fun performer. She keeps posting with the caption mood. I mean, she's right, and she should say it. Should come in and watch AEW with us in Yancha's Discord sometimes. Be pitching for the pay-per-views? I'll consider that. At the moment, I've been, yeah, stuffy nose. At the moment, I've been freeloading in, do you know Tavern Tilly? She does, like, a couple of days after on Sundays, usually, I think? She shows the week's special events. That's where I've been seeing it, at least. I'll have to check out this Yancha, though. I won't be opposed. Here's a challenge for y'all in chat. I've been making all of the names for these fusions also kind of fusion-y. So how can we combine Bee and Lucky into something that will also fit this character? If you have any ideas, feel free to drop them in chat. It does sound interesting, though. Oh, excuse me. Oh gosh, excuse me. You started listening to New Jack Swing music because of your Sonic obsession. What is New Jack Swing? Is that a genre, I assume? A lot of Janet Jackson's Control album sounds like Sonic CD Japanese music. Shantae games also have some Sonic CD-ish music. Interesting. Oh, also, if you're still in chat, Obsidia, don't think that just because you're literally gonna be busy on the one day that I'll be able to run this Deadlands campaign that you're out of the woods yet. I'll yet find a way. You know that I'm down bad enough for RPGs to be doing that. Don't test me. Because I'd probably cry if I got tested, to be honest. I'm not someone with a lot of resolve. B finds a way. It's an interesting take on Ghost in the Shell Resurrection. Yep. Seahorse manages to find some really interesting remixes. To be honest, I'm kind of a fake cyberpunk fan, so I've never actually really watched Ghost in the Shell. You probably know it already, but it's actually a Japanese wedding song. I did not know that. That is neat, though. You loved Standalone Complex a lot back in the day. Understandably, it's from what I've heard, a pretty solid series, you know? Let's see. How can we work this in? Maybe I could kind of combine the skull motif with the belt buckle? That might work. Standalone. Oh, I already read that comment. I'm looking forwards to trying to design the pro wrestler subclasses later tonight, though. I feel like that's gonna be fun. I'm also trying to actually kind of avoid doing the class that I feel is probably the most obvious pick for it. Although that's also just kind of my weird thing whenever I do D&D stuff, I actively try to pick stuff that doesn't really make sense. Gives you a nice little insight to my dark and twisted mind. Popping out. See you later. Alright. See you around, Rose. Have a good one. When you use your mind, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom. Ba, 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 ba. Y'all will let me know, chat, if my eyes start acting up a little weirdly, right? I'm really trying to figure out what's causing that. Thank you. Ah, gotta switch my eye. Sonic Boom! 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 Oh yeah! Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Can't stick around, have to keep moving on. Guess what lies ahead? Only one way to find out. Must keep on moving ahead. No time for this, follow my footsteps. Grasping in what you see. Take my hand and set you free. Follow me, set me free. Trust me, we will escape from the city. I'll make it through. Follow, follow me, set me free. Trust me, we will escape from the city. I'll make it through. It's you. Follow me. Danger is lurking around every turn. Trust your feelings, got to live and learn. I know it's some life that I'll make it through. Got no other options, only one thing to do. I don't care what the words are. No time for speaking up inside the line. Fight the change no matter what that may be. Take my hand and set you free. Set me free. Trust me, we will escape from the city. I'll make you through. Follow, follow me. Set me free. Trust me, we will escape from the city. I'll make you through. It's you. Follow me. Follow me. Well, I just want to try to these. Escape from the city. I'll make you follow, follow me. Set me free. Set me free. Escape from the be the sound, the places to go, gotta follow the rainbow. I don't know what is going on with my eyes. It's only like when I look at certain parts of the screen. Namely down. Ugh. This is annoying. Really don't want to have to, like, diagnose these problems live on stream. Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn, the words of yesterday. Live and learn, if you beg or if you follow. Live and learn, you may never find your way. I have special eyes. Yeah. That's a way to say it, I guess. It's not a great look, though. And I need to be concerned with look. If you beg or if you borrow, live and learn, you may never find your way. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow, live and learn, the words of yesterday. Live and learn, if you beg or if you borrow. You may never find your way. Fighting just to breathe, those days are gone. Please tell me what you need to set her soul. This whole endeavors to find someone. Don't know the words. You are so much more than what's been done to you. I'll tell you what, I will lift you up when you need it. I'll hold you down when you want me to. All the things you feel, you can feel with me. It's real and true. I'll tell you what, I'll lift you up when you need it. I'll hold you down when you want me to. All the things you feel, you can feel with me. It's real and true. Have two sides, one for you and one for me.
Music speaks louder than words. You are my favorite notification.
Oh. Hey, tape player, how's it going? Going alright, how's stream so far? Stream so far is going pretty well. Still got a lot that I'm doing tonight. But having a good time doing it so far. What about you? Excuse me. I might take a break for dinner in a little bit. At the moment, I still feel fairly good though. Going all... Oh, wait, I already read that. Whoops. Sounds like Totoro's being a bad boy in the other room. I hate to hear it. I guess it would make more sense. Hey Pika, how's it going? Hope you're having a good one today. Let's try revising this a bit. Hope you're having a good one today. 'Cause I know I am. Okay, you should be here now that you have... Okay, you should be here now. Had a lot of delay. Ah, okay. Well, welcome. Right. How's Cutie Jackalope doing? I'm doing pretty well today. Let's see. I did a little bit of housekeeping. I've been continuing to work out with my client what exactly she wants, and at the moment I'm at the point where the model might be done, but I am waiting to confirm with some stress tests to make sure that it works. I feel like I could have gotten more done today, but at the same time, I don't think I necessarily wanted to, so it's probably for the best that I just kind of took it slow today. Easing back into the week and all that. A slow start to the week. But feels like it's not a bad. Oh, you're glad I'm doing good. Had a big blush day today and yesterday. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I hope that the week is only up from here for you. Had a really nice night last night. Really good game of D&D, or session of D&D at least. And I watched the first of the Disney Channel original movies that I'm gonna be trying to categorically figure out what the best of them is through scientific professional means. After your throat stops hurting, the only cool thing that happened yesterday was your mom's friend's boyfriend got you a Japanese Leafeon card. Cool. Happy birthday. I hope it was overall still good. I have an extremely short-term memory sometimes, Pika. I hope your birthday was alright at least, though. Or at least had some alright moments. Okay, and like you said, it was a bluff day. You really got to spend any time with your family, wanted to play Mario Kart with siblings, but parents insisted on using a weird app or something to pay for the card, then gave up today, and your mom spent most of the day somewhere else. Well, hopefully you'll have a better birthday week. Because everyone knows that your birthday's not officially over until the end of the week. Hmm. Let's see, where else can we go with this design? We can put the hat back here. Just hope that you get to hang out with a friend properly tomorrow. I hope so too. Birthday is the kind of day that comes whether you like it or not, so you should at least be able to have a fun time with them. That's what I think anyway. Oh. That feels better. What? Ah, yeah. Dear, will you heat me up some dinner, please?
I totally completely all that I know. I ate what tonight.
Alright, then that and some nuggets? Thank you. Seats. Alright, I'll see you around. Thanks for stopping by, Pika. Yeah, that's fine. Whew. I think I like how this one. I like like how this one's been coming along. Maybe do like a couple more subdivisions of this. Yeah, I think that looks good. Alright. So, in just a couple of minutes, when stretch. When dinner is done, I'm gonna be taking a little break from doing arts and stuff, and then we'll hang out for dinner. And then, I don't know, we'll find out. Well, I mean, I'm gonna be right here for it, so don't worry. Hey, White, how's it going? Still enjoyed it. I will, thank you. What have you been up to today, White? Saw you last night, I think? Yeah, last night was Father's Day. I think that was when you were playing... I think that was when you were playing with Code, the new TMNT game? You ate a burger? Nice. Maybe I should have a burger at some point this week. Maybe. I feel like this VTuber Fusion is... got a pretty well-established, concept, rough outline. Hit a lot of the beats that I wanted to hit. Yeah, honestly, I really like how this one's coming out. Oh, is you on Code Stream? You don't get on Code Streams too often. I know. It was nice seeing you on there, though, because it looks like you two are having a lot of fun with that one. And it's cute watching couples doing silly stuff like playing video games together, I think. Thank you. Alright. Got dinner. Alright, Seahorse, let's pause the music for a sec. And let's take a dinner break. Haven't played beat 'em ups in forever, but TMNT is particularly important. Oh? How so? What I'm curious as to what your personal connection with TMNT is. Let's see, window capture. You were a big TMNT kid when you were small? You still have your action figures? Awesome! Oh, that's so cool! What, who's your favorite characters? Both turtle and otherwise. You were a Mikey fan. Never got his original action figure, though you had a whole completed set of trading cards and nearly a full set, second full set. Wow, that's really impressive. Must have been, well, you must still be a huge fan. Also, what does it say? I'm curious, what does it say about your relationship with Code that I can hear that, yes, you were a huge fan of Mikey growing up, and immediately I think, oh, yeah, that tracks. Like, what does that say about Code? You've cooled off on your fandom over the years. Oh, phone call. Who's calling now? Hello? Okay. Nothing apparently. But you know, it still sits in your corner of, listen, apparently you have a type. You did not realize it until much later. It's okay. It's okay. Does Code know? Have you broken the news to Code? Good, 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 good. It's like, babe, I have to tell you. I, I'm I'm sorry it had to be like this, but you're a Mikey. I mean, she's right and she should say it. Okay, there we go. Except now it doesn't cover the bottom. There we go. You know what? It could be a lot worse, though. At least you are cognizant of the fact that being a fan of Mikey as a child has given you a real attraction to himbos, herbos, and party dudes slash dudettes. And you know what? That's a pretty good type. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty good type. Let's put this away for now, too. Um... Oh. Who were your favorite characters outside of the turtles? typical, like, villains too, optionally. Keeping in mind that I've only ever been able to watch the 2003 animated series and, like, part of the Rise of the Ninja Turtles. I do know enough to know about Usagi Yojimbo. He does seem like a pretty cool character. Jared, did we turn into cat people? I don't know. I still really like dogs. We just don't have a lifestyle that's conducive to having them. Oh, you got through. Oh. You should sit down and watch the latest version of TMNT. Remember the trailers for it looking nice? Now, is the latest version the Rise of the Ninja Turtles, or is it a different one now? I wish there was a way to do playlists as ordered by, reverse chronological. That would be very convenient. Oh. Rise was the latest one. You watched a good chunk of the 2012 version, though, and it was pretty good. Oh, what? As someone who has wanted to develop a deeper appreciation of the fine art of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, do you want to, like, hang out and try watching TMNT sometime? Because I'll be honest, outside of Shredder and Baxter Stockman, I knew none of the characters that showed up in terms of, like, NPCs or enemies in that game. Oh. Oh. Yeah! Good job, Dee Dee. Yeah! Traffic jam. Good job, Lulu. So the original 1987 version, you don't know if you could reasonably recommend, because a good chunk of it was just that villain of the week storyline, just to push toys. There was a lot of fluff and recycled tropes in storyline, and a bunch of characters that only showed up maybe once or twice. Yeah, that's understandable. From a, like, show-running perspective. I don't... Ow. Oh, look at this wall-eyed boy. And yes, I do, Heavy. Step in the water, Lulu. Show us how powerful you are. Oh. Stands on his hind legs to be more intimidating to the water. And, like, I think the version I was thinking of starting off with was gonna be the most recent one. Which, honestly, got tragically not enough support from the network. Because from what I've seen by all accounts, Rise of the TMNT is one of the best. The 1987 version kind of went off on its own for a long time. Even the creator of the series had some level of malice against it. You do believe the later animated versions stick closer to the original comic plot? By the way, TMNT was a whole comic series first, much more dark serious. The 2003 version was closer to the original comics. Interesting. If anything, I would have thought the 2003 version had, like, because of the 4Kids being the broadcasters, I thought it would have been, like, lightening it up. Although, that said, seeing what happens to Baxter Stockman in the 2003 version is really dark stuff. Oh, Lulu. Intimidate the water. Oh, look at this show off. Okay, but in the original, does he eventually end up turning into this rotting, devolved, decaying corpse fused with cybernetics with an incredibly entropied mind to the point that he thinks that April O'Neil is his mother? Because that part still sticks with me from the 2003 one. Like, that was just genuinely a fucked up thing. Oh yeah, he actually died. is going off of... Oh! Focus! This is going off of 30-year memory, so you might be horribly wrong, but they don't go that route back in VOD days. I see, I see. You know, if Toby Fox didn't exist, we really would be living life sans Undertale. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. Hey, Stinks, how you doing? Oh. Yeah, look at these floofers. Doing gymnastics so good. I'll be right back, chat.
Nope.
I'm back. What did I miss? Watermelon Maze Challenge, okay.
2,000 years later.
I was still a little hungry, so I wanted to get a healthy snack, and then a not-so-healthy snack. Coco, where are you going?
No! God, please, no!
Coco!
No!
Oh! Oh my gosh, can Lala even see above these? Oh! Yeah, you did it, Choo Choo! Come on, you're almost there. Yeah! Lulu. Oh. Oh. What do the cats think of this? Just licking it up.
Nope.
Okay. You know, I did not know for most of my life that watermelon was part of the cucumber family, and thus you could pickle watermelon. And now that I know that, I'm kind of really curious about trying it. Yeah, but have you ever tried just straight up pickling watermelon? I imagine it would be pretty impractical, just because, like, where are you gonna find a big enough mason jar to put all those to put that pack of pickled watermelon? I can talk sometimes. Oh. Nope. That's not real, TT. TT, that's not real.
It's gonna be a fine day today, I can see. It's gonna be a fine day today, I can see. Gonna be a fine day today.
Oh, it's real grass. Nice.
It's gonna be a
Oh,
fine
cat.
day today, just wait and see.
I see.
Blue skies everywhere, believe you me. It's gonna be a fine day today for you and me. Oh, now baby, I know I done you wrong. I only meant trouble for so long. But baby, all that crazy is on the bus.
I mean, to be fair to them, have you ever, like, walked barefoot on grass and it's, like, weirdly resilient and rigid and it's, like, not as soft as you were expecting? Whoa. Because that is a pretty weird sensation for your footsies. Oh, you can hear it going off. Okay. Does not seem to be alarmed. God, Momo is so wall-eyed. Oh. 10 sheets. I like how the cats always try to completely ignore whatever challenge she sets out for them first. Oh! Oh! A fight! 30 sheets! So much bubble wrap. What did she do with all this bubble wrap afterwards? Hope it was recycled at least. Guy, I love that bushy little raccoon tail he has. Oh, we got someone needing. Totoro likes to knead my stomach sometimes. And I try to tolerate it, but he uses his tiny little knife fingers, so it's very difficult sometimes. I have been stabbed and cut many times by my son. I love you. He's over in the corner behind me. Is this really a challenge, or...? Ah, I see. Oh, clever. Well, trying to be clever at least. Yeah, there you go. Show us how it's done, Lulu. Oh. Absolutely bamboozled. Look at this goop. I'm almost done with my apple, and I can start up again. I like how surprisingly ginger cats can be about avoiding knocking things over sometimes. Because, like, a lot of the time it just feels like cats do not care. But sometimes they can be surprisingly delicate. Oh! Oh, it's much harder now, huh? Hey, you did it! Mostly. He gets boots. He does. Oh, he's just going right in. Looks like he's starting to regret some choices. Oh! Oh!
Hey, it's Claire.
Alright,
Jackson,
I'm
become
ready
the popular obstacle challenge.
right after this
Can
video.
make it is
I
avoid
wanna
the blocks.
watch one more. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Pippi. And the posture check. Thank you. Oh no! Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, you were doing so well! Whoa! The skill! Did you see that? A completely flawless run by Momo. Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh. Lulu really doesn't give a fuck. I love that it's this chain reaction whenever they notice one gets knocked down. They get so startled. Oh! This one definitely felt a little biased against the tiny cat. The cats with tiny legs.
There's a woman I know. Sometimes I go there and I knock on her.
Ow. Oh. Let's turn this back off. We've still got about a little more than 20 minutes left in the first half, so I'll just draw a little more. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that could do. You beat an episode of Dicey Dungeons on your second try? Awesome! Some of those can be really brutal, so I'm proud of you. Excuse me. What was the episode? Personally, I always found the thief to be one of my easiest characters, and the witch, maybe the inventor, to be one of my worst. It may have been only the first one, but it's still proud. Yeah, you should still be proud. That game can be a real cheater when it comes to the RNG, so you should be proud whenever you get a win on it. Ah, I see, I see. What do you think of the game so far? Hope you're having a good time with it. Literally did the same strategy as your first run, but instead of fire, you went shock? Yeah, there's a lot of ones where just by random chance, the status effect can be a huge deal. You've always wanted it since you've seen people play it lots. Nice. I'm glad you're finally getting a chance at it. Once you're able to really get into it, let me know which character is your favorite to play. I don't think I can really talk about... Well, one of them I already mentioned. There's a character called the Thief, and he's probably my best character. But I do also really like another character that I can't really say because of spoilers. Yeah, who knew that the way to win is to not let the enemy attack? Right? It's a very revolutionary strategy, all things considered. Know who it is, but you'll let you know when you can play them all. Alright, sounds good. Readjusting in my gay little lap. Excuse. Let's do a little rotate. Nope. Put me back in the window, please. Technically saying any of the unlocked characters is spoilers, yeah, that's fair. Oh, and before I forget, if you do end up wanting to, like, watch TMNT or something, just let me know, okay, White? I always like being able to learn about the kinds of stuff that people are, like, really passionate about. I was thinking that sometime before the month is up, it might be nice to do a karaoke stream, because I haven't done one of those in a while. But I would want to do something kind of themed with it. And I figured since I haven't really done too much specifically Pride-related this year, that maybe that would be a good idea. So if anyone knows any good, like, specifically LGBT songs, let me know. I'll see if I can maybe learn them. Not specifically, but that He-Man one. I mean, I would call that a gay song. I would call the He-Man and I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? I would call that a gay anthem. I mean, there's that whole part where one of the vocalists is going, just keep it inside, learn how to hide your feelings. I'd say that's pretty gay. There's so many games you need to play more of now. There's Dicey Dungeons, Pokemon Arceus and Pearl, Mario Kart 8, Gunfire Reborn, Pikmin 3. There's a lot of games. I mean, I've played a couple of them, and there's a couple of those that I know are multiplayer, so, yeah. If you're looking to play, like, Mario Kart or Gunfire Reborn. Gunfire is a pretty short game, though. I mean, it depends on if you're talking about playing Gunfire until like a run ends, or playing Gunfire until you're able to beat the final boss. Because if you're going by the latter, it can be a pretty long game, because it does not hold back on the boss. On the bosses, even, really. To unlock more and level up Dragon? Dragon? What dragon? Also, wait, I think I might have thought of a new kind of speedrun the other day. I want to do a, any ending, any percent speedrun of Tetris. Since there's no win state for Tetris, it would just be until the game ends. So any percent, any ending Tetris speedrun would just be get the blocks to the top of the screen as fast as possible. And you know what? I'm pretty bad at Tetris. I think I could do that. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna look this up right now. World record. Any percent. Any ending. Tetris. Speedrun. Okay, so... Alright, so I'm looking at speedrun.com, and it's saying there's categories for 100 lines, 100 lines level 0 start, 300,000 points, 100 lines PAL, then all those for PAL. That says level 0 to 19 for general and for PAL. But I don't see any percent any ending. So I think that would still count as something new. I'm filing this Tetris any percent any ending speedrun idea right up there with Pokemon Nuzlocke speedrun in terms of, could this be done? Technically, no one's done it before, so... Question mark, question mark, question mark? No Tetris verse for me? Absolutely not. What do you take me for? Some kind of gamer? No, 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 no. This is a house... This is the house that autistic bimbos built. There is no room for actual skill or gamers here. Imagine being a gamer. Yeah, that's pretty cringe, huh? You know, it isn't a Nuzlocke technically, isn't a Nuzlocke technically a roguelike? Huh. You know, I hadn't thought about it that way, but I guess you could make that argument? I'm no expert on Nuzlocks, though, so I would have to defer to experts. Just called... No. I'm talking about myself. I would never speak that highly of a landlord, dear. Tetrio? Huh? What's this? Oh, yeah. I've used Tetrio before. Is that what they do speedruns on? No, they use this for open source versus Tetris. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a gamer. I've tried like competitive puzzle games before, and I don't do well. There's a couple that I just outright have not ever been able to make it past like the first couple of levels. The most hardcore puzzle games I've ever beaten are the Virtual Console version of Panel de Pon, and I was only able to get the true ending in that because I shamelessly save-scummed the entire way. And, you know, used the whole time powers of rewind and replay time. You're okay with Tetris. You're a beast at Panel de Pon if you do say so yourself. Game recognized game. Who is your favorite fairy in Panel de Pon? Because I think, honestly, sure, they all technically play identically, but the aesthetic is so important. The aesthetic is the actual meta of that game. Because you select your starting character, and then anything beyond that point is RNG. What Pokemon you encounter, what moves they use, which part... Yeah, I mean... Epitome, what do you think? Would you say that a Nuzlocke is technically a Pokemon roguelike? Because Pika's making some compelling points. And in this household, Nuzlocks are an epitome thing. Okay, so... Oh, come here a sec? Alright. Be right back, chat. And I'm back. Let's see, you'll usually grab Sherbet if the hidden characters aren't unlocked. If they are, either Dragon or Cordelia for the trolling. I mean... Okay, so I've only played Panel de Pon in the Japanese form, so I don't necessarily know all of them by name. I know Dragon because Dragon's, you know, one of the bosses. Is Cordelia... Is she the one that is the... Oh. Hey there, Black. Is Cordelia the one who is the moon? The moon theme? She's one of the bosses too. She's the windy lady? Huh. I do not remember her then. I think my go-to is probably, Freya. I think Freya's her name. She's the fire one. Oh. Panel de Pon Wikia. Oh. Oh, wow. I didn't know that she was playable. That's cool. Was that in the original Panel de Pon? Oh. Cool. Yeah, I didn't know about that. Oh, her name is Flare. I always, like, phonetically read Flare's name, and it came out in my brain as Freya. Which I was like, okay, I mean, it's not the most literal translation of a name, but I guess that would still work. Huh. That's really cool. Having said that, you're not actually familiar with it either. You had to look it up. But you also honed your Panel de Pon skills back in Pokemon Puzzle League. See, it took until I got the Virtual Console to actually be able to make any progress in it long term. So I would not call myself necessarily good at it. It's just a game that I enjoy, and I win at because I time travel. And you know what? I'm tired of pretending that I'm a good gamer. Sometimes I just want to be able to admit, yeah, I do frickin' suck at playing video games, but I can still enjoy it. Pokemon Puzzle League is apparently like the loosey-goosey, not great version of Panel de Pon? You know, it's actually kind of ironic because, I had Animal Crossing New Leaf, so one of the things that it gave you as an update for free was the in-game Nintendo 3DS, which came with that in-game puzzle game, and, like, I enjoyed it, but I was really garbage at it. And then, like, flash forward 5 years and I realized, oh, that was literally just Panel de Pon too, huh? So I guess that was my, introduction to the game. Here's a fun story. Ooh, story time. I do love a good story time. knew Liz Star before she was Liz, and she was playing SNES games on emulator with your sister. Really? How did that work out? I don't know where Liz is originally from, but I think she's somewhere in, like, I want to say Georgia for some reason now? I don't think that's right, but... Huh. That's cool. When you say before she was Liz, do you mean, like, before she was internet professional video game goblin Liz Star, or before she started transitioning? Either way, very cool. Yes, and yes. Oh, so before she had transitioned, before she was an internet persona... Okay, yeah, that's really cool! Huh. It's funny how that kind of works out sometimes. Like, people come into our lives, and they seem like just completely random people, but then you'll find out years later, potentially, oh no, this is actually a person that's stuck around really long in my life. That's always a nice feeling. This was a friend of ours that you met by that we met by chance. Cool. Oh, that was really cool. I think I have only very recently gotten to know her primarily because, so, I don't know specifics because it's like, I don't really know. Look, there's a lot of VTubers, or people in the VTube community who are also polyamorous, so I have no idea what people's relationships are, and usually, unless they outright just say it, I'm like, okay, I'm just not gonna ask. But I know that at least one of her partners is a friend/client of mine, and then I also recently got into a D&D group that's going to feature both of them, so that's my connection to internet micro-celebrity Liz Star. Anyway, Liz goes, hey, ever played Tetris Attack? And your sister goes, no? And Liz told you later she thought she had an edge over your sister because it's Panel de Pomme and Liz knew how to play it. Then your sister saw what it was and she was like, oh! And I asked Liz, yeah, how'd that work out for you? Aww. Getting absolutely dunked on. Ladies, is it gay to be absolutely dunked on your lady friends in Panel de Pomme? Sources say, yes. Yes, it is. She tore a new hole into me. That makes it sound like that moment was what cracked Liz's egg. Just getting absolutely so annihilated at Panel de Pomme is what made her realize, oh hey, I'm trans. Man, have you ever just absolutely trounced someone in a video game so hard they completely question and reevaluate their gender and entire self-identity? Oh gosh. It was pre-transition, so you can make of that what you will. I will. I don't know what I'm making of it, but I will. That's really cool, though. Oh, I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it earlier, White. But I finally started the Disney Channel original movie scientific breakdown analysis last night. And, we're off to a surprisingly strong start. In fact, because I wanted to do it chronologically, we started with the suggestion you made with Under Wraps, and, its score was admittedly brought down quite a bit by the unnecessary inclusion of heteronormativity, but Harold was an incredibly strong mummy because he absolutely carried this film with both the comedic performance of the pantomime and also just a surprisingly really emotionally deep and pathos-filled performance. Like, he's playing a character who is a mute comedy relief undead servant, basically, and he still manages to pull off such an honestly emotion-filled and sad role. So yeah, we're off to a very strong start. It scored very high in the good content, fairly mid to lowish on the shit content, so the good to shit quotient is a pretty solid indicator of its quality, I would say. So thank you for the recommendation. Let's go. Actually, panel de pawn talk? What you got? What you got? There's a Steam game that you've been following that's basically a panel de pawn game. Go on. I'm listening. I'm actually going to be trying a whole bunch of Steam games this week. I'm really looking forward to it. Is it like on your wish list or something? Maybe you could find it that way. There we go. Finally getting the kind of herbs that I want. Alright. There's no rush. I'm really glad that I saw the announcements for the Next Fest demos, though, because I am always so bad at keeping track of what games are coming up and coming out, which is kind of bad considering that a big part of my career is feasibly, at least, trying to play what's gonna attract an audience, and it would help to actually know that. But I got a ton of demos from that I'll be trying out, and hopefully we'll find some real bangers. Swapette Showdown. Let's take a look at this. Ooh. Very strong magical girl aesthetic right off the gate. I appreciate it. For 1 to 4 players. Oh. Wonder how that works. Interesting. Interesting. The aesthetic of the artwork gives me kind of like early generations of Toho, early Toho games. At least that's what I'm getting out of it. Oh, one of them's just a bee girl. That's pretty cute. Oh, I'll definitely be adding that to the list too. Although there's no telling how good I'll actually be at a panel de phone game where I can't control time. My guess is probably not nearly as good. No release date, unfortunately, but it's there, and you're waiting on it. Is it something that you're gonna try playing with your sister? That feels like it would be a good kind of bonding thing. Sadly, my sibling is kind of like an actual adult, and isn't really the sort that I ever really had a ton of hobbies in common with, so I don't know. I'd like to be able to get closer to her, but I just don't really know what to bond over at this point. Yet another fun thing about growing up trans without realizing and just kind of passively assuming that since you're gonna die before you become an adult, you don't have to worry about developing, like, social skills or relationships long-term. I'm glad I did survive. So far, at least, I've survived anyway. But that does mean there's a lot of catching up I need to do. You're the older of the two of us, so if anything, you're supposed to be the adult. Well, hey, I mean, you're pretty adult. You do job stuff. You've got, like, a committed relationship. You, presumably, I don't know, can, like, drive or has some form of regular transportation. That's also pretty cool. I'm glad we wouldn't have these interesting conversations. Oh, I'm glad that you enjoy them too. That's good feeling to hear. Oh. Totoro is up and on the move. Looks like he's leaving the room for now. Totoro's, unfortunately for me, developed a very endearing habit that also has ended up in me being bitten and scratched a bunch by him. See, what he does is when I'm working in the computer room, whenever I say computer room, it just makes me think of, like, this room, this crowded little room in the 90s that has a bunch of those Macs that have, like, the colored plastic backing and sitting around playing a bunch of edutainment games. But the habit he's developed is he'll come in and he'll come over to the side of my chair, and if I'm paying attention, he'll just sort of stare at me for a second, waiting for me to, like, turn around so he can hop up on my lap. And if I'm not paying attention, he'll reach up, put his front paws on the chair, and kind of, like, try to claw a little bit at my sleeve to get my attention. Either way, he gets up on my lap, he starts rubbing all over me and the desk in front of him. I've managed to keep him fairly consistent about not being allowed on the computer desk itself anymore. But that doesn't really stop him from just being an absolute cuddle monster, which is great. I love hearing my tiny cat son purr. But sometimes it's difficult to get work done too. But you got one like that, But the problem is that he pretty much will never just hop off my lap or the neighboring table, or sometimes when he climbs up onto the top of the chair behind me. He never just gets down from there on his own. And it's not even that, like, okay, I'm bored, so now I require that you take me down. No, he'll just sit there with no warning until he decides, okay, I'm going to grab you, Mother. Mother, I will grab you now. And I will do some bites, do some little bites on you. And then I'm going to do a little clawing too. Do a little swat. It's like he comes here and then Epitome's joked about this, and I think he might be onto something, that he comes in here and he gets comfortable on or next to the computer chair and then expects me to leave so I can give him the personal space, and then gets like that really pissy mood where it's like, okay, well, you're putting yourself too near to me, go away. But my child, it is you who came in here. My child in Christ, you have done this to yourself. So usually at that point I have to bat him away with a stuffed animal, because he understands no language but the language of violence when he gets like that. Hey, the line art's coming along pretty well. See, when your cat wants off your lap, he just pours himself out. Like, he gets really floppy and then slides off your lap. That sounds pretty endearing. I wish our son was not so prone to violence. Sometimes he'll use his back legs to give himself a kick. Aww. That's cute! You have a very cute child. Just thought you should know. Alright, I'm gonna finish the line art for the head part, and then probably switch over to the second thing on the docket tonight. What's your son's name? Gino. Aww. Is he named Gino off of the Super Mario RPG character? Aww. Our boy Totoro is, well, named after Totoro, obviously. It's kind of funny. Initially, when the name was suggested to us, we picked it because, like, okay, yeah, this cat, he sort of has the kind of color scheme that you see with the most famous and largest of the Totoros in the movie. Sure, let's go with that. But it turns out that his preferred way of having, like, skinship contact with us is when we're lying down on our backs. Excuse me. He comes in and he just, like, lies down directly on our bellies, looking up at us. Which kind of is perfect, because, like, what started off as one reference to Totoro became, oh no, he's just... His way of showing that he's endeared to us is by reenacting the scene where the little girl first meets Totoro. It's just we're the Totoros now. How to tell people are gamers. When hearing the name Gino, they think, ah yes, Super Mario RPG. Normal people just go, is he Italian? I mean, why not both? Are you suggesting that there are characters in Super Mario RPG that are not actually Italian? I mean, I would go as far as to say that most characters in the Mario series are on some level Italian. There are vanishingly few that I can think of off the top of my head in the Mario franchise that aren't just, yeah, that's an Italian. Yeah, that's Italian. The only one I can think of right off the bat is that one guy. He's like some kind of sort of, he's the dumb brute henchman in Super Paper Mario. There we go. You know, the one Scottish wrestler guy. He's the only one that I can think of. Oh, bedtime. You may occupy my time a bit more than expected, though. Alright, I'll be right back, chat. Dear, can you wait until I finish the line art for the head? Just so I can have a clear end point, so that when I come back I can just switch right into the next thing. If the answer is no, I understand. Oh, you can? Okay. Alright, it's just gonna be a little bit longer. Yeah. You know, I do really like Toon as a style. I don't know if I could make it my whole thing, but if I ever got the chance, I think it would be fun to try to do, like, a Toon-style VTuber or something. Now we just need to do the hair decorations, and we should be done with the headline art. Turn off the symmetry. Someone made a guide for making a Muppet 2D VTuber. Really? Now, when you say Muppet, how do you mean? Because Muppet encompasses an awful lot of things. Like puppet type of Muppet. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Thanks for the link. We'll have to check that out later. Oh yeah! I've seen those before. Never seen them, like, out in the wild before, though. What are VTubers but digital Muppets? I mean, I don't shove my hand up my ass when I turn into a jackalope online, dear. I could, but that would be for something entirely different. That would just be a for me thing, not a for VTubing thing. Yep. Yeah, that's a face. That's a face right there. Alright, I'll BRB chat, then when I get back, we'll be switching over to our second half of the night. Be right back! And I'm back. Alright, so let's get into the second part of tonight. It's gonna be designing some frickin' D&D homebrew. Alright, let's switch this window over here. Alright, so, I guess kind of open question. What are people's experience in chat right now with D&D? How familiar are y'all, if at all? Absolutely zero? Understood. Just want to post something real quick. I see you count browsing D&D memes on Reddit. I'm curious about what the appeal of browsing memes that you don't understand are. Most of the memes there don't really get technical, and you can understand storytelling disputes. So... Wakabimasu? How familiar are you with professional wrestling in any form? Ah, thank you for the food. Like the other day, there was a conversation that led into basically the idea of a werewolf approaching a dog trainer and being all like, okay, so I have some behavioral issues that need to be worked out. Oh, that's good. That's good. Alright, so first I got some necessary stuff, but let's try and first figure out what exactly am I looking for in this subclass that I can't already get elsewhere. So let me bring up a notepad real quick. Hey Vine, how's it going? Okay, so we want I'm gonna be doing a couple of pro wrestling themed subclasses for the different classes, but for all of them, we need to be able to have good unarmed combat options. So we need to be able to punch good, we need to be able to kick good, we need to be able to grab, pin, toss, all sorts of verbs. But for fighter specifically... Also, what's up, Vine? How you doing? Well, looking at the base fighter class features, you have Second Wind, which allows you to actually heal yourself as a bonus action. We might be able to do something with that, or maybe Action Surge, to kind of feed into a dramatic comeback kind of mechanic. So that might also be some sort of revenge mechanic. You want to be able to grapple and toss people real good. I think those are the main things I want to focus on for now. You have a new dress! It has zebras, it's yellow and it can go spin, it's cute. That does sound very, very cute. Oh, I really like that. If you feel comfortable, feel free to post a picture of it in Discord. If you do not feel comfortable, understand. Also, I just realized because Epitome confided in me that he's feeling, like, stress sick, which usually means he might have a date with the porcelain throne on the wrong end. I'm gonna try and very quickly use the bathroom, or see if I need to use the bathroom, so sorry to do this right after just getting back, but we are back again. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, why did the music stop? Hello? Music? Yeah, I realize I had put you on a playlist, though. There we go. Hope I didn't miss anything while I was gone. Okay. Let's see. Don't want to all just call them, like, different versions of wrestler. Champion's already taken. Let's see, maybe prize fighter? That's more a boxer. Luchador? I mean, luchador works, but it's also like a very specific kind of wrestler. Are you particularly familiar with wrestling, White? Even if you aren't, you're probably just as familiar with it, if not more so than I am. Okay. Oh, it doesn't even have wrestler. That's weird. I'm looking for other things than just wrestler I can call the different subclasses. Also, hey, Tibby. Because they aren't just going to be boxers. I mean, sure, they're going to be able to fight pretty well with their hands, but also with other things. Yeah, grappler is a feat. Okay, gunfighter? That is nothing like this. Let's see. I think I'll probably go with prize fighter for now, then. Let me see. Grappling in prize. Okay. Contender, sparrer? Could always make up a word. That's true. Is... Oh god! Ah! Ah! Thank you, Lytro! Alright, I hope you had a good day and continue to have a good day. Thank you for the many shards of bits. I appreciate it. It only hurts a little bit. Let's see. Bruiser? Ooh, Bruiser is a good one. Let's go with Bruiser for now. Let's see. Wrestling themed fighter. Focus on grappling and combat. Description. The roar. The roar of a crowd. The ring of a bell. The counting. The shouted counting of combatants in. These are the things that make the bruiser. Oh, yeah. Grappling is definitely going to be a big part of it, for sure. That make the bruisers. Make the bruiser feel most alive. Ah! Thank you. That is actually useful. That is pretty useful. Oh, no, we cannot cast spells. Whether they model themselves as the champion of the people that fawn over their feats of athleticism or revel in the looks of scorn and fear as they're jeered. All bruisers know how best to apply their bodies to the sport and indeed the art of wrestling. I think that's enough of a description. The roar of a crowd, the ring of a bell, the shouted counting of a combatant's pin, these are the things that make the bruiser feel most alive. Whether they model themselves as the champion of the people that fawn over their feats of athleticism, or revel in the looks of scorn and fear as they're jeered at, all bruisers know how best to apply their bodies to the sport and indeed the art of wrestling. Helwan. Never heard that word before. Helwan. Oh, it's a form of wrestling. Interesting. I could use that, but I want to try to avoid using too many specifically culture-locked words, because, like, I'm not a member of this... excuse me. I'm not a member of this culture, and I'm just learning about it, so I don't think I'd be able to properly portray it well enough, you know? Already did that. Good. Let's make some class features. Okay, so I usually like to make sure there's some groundwork of features that are just absolutely necessary for this to function. So let's see. Do you think I should make there be, like, mechanical differences between if they choose to be a face or a heel? This is all homebrew at this point, Tippy. So this is making our own. Alright, well, for starts, one feature that's going to be absolutely necessary when you pick this subclass at 3rd level, you could have them be separate subclasses. That's true. I could also have it be like, certain subclasses are, like, inherently better at being certain things than another. For instance, if I ever made a rogue subclass that was based off of a pro wrestler, it would pretty much have to be a heel, because the way that the main mechanics of the rogue, like the sneak attack, work, it requires you to either be ganging up on someone or taking an unfair advantage on them. So, like, a rogue would absolutely be a heel wrestler, just by necessity. I mean, I guess by the same merit, you could have paladins be, like, the face wrestler. Interesting. You gain the... Let me also, oh, no, I didn't want the texture. I wanted, oh, I would like, the actual rules, please. Fighting style. Is it even included here anymore? No, it's not there. Ugh. No. I'm not going to buy it. That'd be cringe as heck. Imagine paying money for things. So dang cringe. Okay, well, let's go here. Ooh. Again. Unarmed. Gonna go rob capitalism blind? Heck yeah, that's the spirit. Best luck in your quest? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Item special. Maybe I should, like, link to it somewhere. Unarmed. Let's make this a link that goes here. There we go. Fighting style. If it wasn't already known. If you already knew its fighting style, you become proficient with improvised weapon. No, improvised weapons. Let me get the specific rules for that, because, like, again, this is a wrestler thing, right? We have to be able to give them proficiency with improvised weapons. Because, I mean, what would a wrestler be if they couldn't grab, like, a chair or a barrel or a ladder and just hit people really hard with that? I'm proficient with improvised weapons. We'll add bonuses to using improvised weapons later on in the build, I think. Additionally, you gain proficiency in the performance skill and I mean, athleticism or acrobatics could both be very good here. And one other skill of your choice from the following acrobatics, athletics, persuasion, intimidation. Okay, that's a starting point. call this, fundamentals of the ring. Additionally, so let's see. At the start of your turns, you can deal 1d4 bludgeoning damage to one creature grappled by you. Okay. Additionally, when you grapple target, how do they describe grapple? Just grappling in general. Attack action, strength, athletics. Okay, maybe I move athletics into here and then swap this out for performance. Yeah, that seems fair because athletics is kind of a major thing. If you don't have athletics in this, you could probably be in some trouble. You know what? We'll keep persuasion in that list too. Would there be a showboating ability? Oh, definitely. We're definitely gonna have to find ways to put these things in. I think it's important. Okay, that's a message I'll need to respond to later. Huh? That's kind of a bummer message to get, but honestly, that's understandable. Alright. Also, that's nothing to do with streams, so let's get back into things for now. Grapple a target. You in the following additional advantages. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, the only thing grappling really does for you is... Oh. Hey! Hey, Dora! Oh, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Let me give you a little shout out. How was Hades? Hope you had a good one.
I will offer proof.
Oh, wow.
Oh god!
By forcefully crushing the phantom thieves.
No one told you to do this. Put your
Sir?
shirt back on.
Oh.
Put your shirt back on. You know what?
Sir.
I liked you better when you were pretending to be Char. I don't like you when
Sir.
you're pretending to be Bane. Like, put your shirt back on, dude. I
Yeah, I
did
hate
not
that.
need to know that you were like in a
Hate that.
harnesses and stuff. I could have gone my entire life without ever seeing this image ever, and I would have been okay. I don't like this.
Why is he wearing a muscle-resistant setup? That makes... whatever. Well, welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much for coming by. My name's Beatrix Funny. If you're new here, hi. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and slightly mad science. I do variety streaming, though I tend to focus on digital artwork and roguelikes, and I've also been trying to push back into doing more stuff with tabletop RPGs, so this is one of those things. I finished up making or starting to make a VTuber fusion earlier, and now I'm working on making a professional wrestler-inspired subclass for D&D. Hades was super eventful today. Ooh. Oh, before I forget though, also very important that I introduce my co-host channel mascot, Francisco. He's a great guy, though kind of a shameless flirt, so just a heads up about that. Thank you, Pastel Madness. Great name. Welcome to the Fluffle. Oh, by the way, Adora, did you see the Pride artwork for Francisco? How was I not following? Oh. I'm glad to have you here regardless, though. You did? Excellent, 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 excellent. Well, I know that Adora has played D&D a fair bit. I don't know about what anyone else's experience with it is, or their experience with pro wrestling for that matter. Oh, alright. That's true. We've determined that Francisco is in a band last Saturday. Alright, Pastel. Hey, Pastel. Ayo, Pastel, what's your pronouns? Your ass is thick. What's your pronouns? Additionally, when you grapple a chariot, you gain the following advantages. Does anyone know what Pastel's pronouns of choice are? Excuse me. You're a she, they? Alright. Pastel, I just wanted you to know that you, Pastel, yes you are a very, very good girl. Or a good bae. A good lady. We've been mutuals on Twitter for a while. I know, but I don't remember anything about people, so I usually just end up asking anyway. But yeah, what are people's familiarity with either D&D or with professional wrestling? Because either experience with either of those will be helpful tonight. You're in a D&D campaign every Sunday? Okay, pog. Used to be into the WWF, WWE way back in the day. Alright, we can work with that. Have you tried out AEW? I've been watching that a lot recently in the server, and it's it's pretty good. I know. I'm going to get back to doing that more with you, Adora. Mark my words. Or Smith, my words. Matt, my words. Steve, my words. Any name of vaguely masculine a connotation, I guess, my words. Or, you know what, just let's stick with Mark. I think that's the one that most people will understand. I imagine you'd still be pretty good at doing the wrestling, though. You got a lot of the beef. You still got a lot of beef. Did you know when I was a kid I wanted to be a wrestler, though? That does not surprise me. I did not know that, but that does not surprise me. What was your concept going to be? Do you remember? It's disadvantage on attacks and ability. Disadvantage on attacks. No, let's just stick with disadvantage on attacks. And attacks from you have the advantage. Attacks from you are getting have advantage. You're going for a cat lady thing. I see. There are so many different levels of what that could mean. Like, that could be, like, a Selena Kyle cat lady. That could be, like, a crazy cat lady. That could be, like, a cat girl cat lady. That could be, like, a cat girl cat lady, but, like, a She-Ra kind of sort of feral cat lady. That does sound pretty cool, though. Like Chitara from Thundercats. I see. Grappled creature. Not cast spells that require material or somatic components. And rolls concentration that's at disadvantage. Sometimes you would throw yourself at a fantasy generator and make a character out of that. I still do that, Pastel. That is one of the best ways I've found to create character concepts. That's fantastic. Okay, you have to run to the store for a quick errand. You'll BRB. Alright, I'll see you around. I'll still be here for another couple of hours, so thanks for the raid. I'll do my best to keep them entertained, and take care. Okay, now let's see. Can you throw? Can you throw things? Can you throw creatures? Your siblings and I do it, because why not? Add to the collection. Big brother. Ed. Big brother. It hurts. Edward. I assume that's what you were going for? Growing creatures is the grapple? Fair. I guess it would be... like a shove? Yippity doo dah. Oh, I'm glad I could provide. Arc? Huh. Don't remember hearing that, hearing of that action before. Guess there's a lot of ones I haven't heard of, though. So I guess it would be shove? What else? What else? Let's just shorten this. Since it's specified here and here. I always thought it was kind of silly that you can still do so much while you're being grappled. That never really made that much sense to me. Excuse me. Especially since, as someone doing a grapple, you're giving up so many other things that you could be doing instead. Bludgeoning damage. Bludgeoning. And if anyone has thoughts or ideas or any kind of feedback on these kind of things as we do them, please feel free to speak up. I like being able to talk through creative processes with people, and, well, y'alls are people. So if you got ideas, or if you just want to talk for that matter, feel free. I like it. 6. You're exhausted, you were grocery shopping most of the time you were listening to me? Wow. I hope I didn't distract you from anything important. want to see the rules for push again. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need to change that. Only pushing someone 5 feet away, that's nothing. Not a single bit. Your stream was mostly providing background noise? Ah, I see, I see, I see. Leave this like this for now, and then add in an additional bit that's going to be focused on the throws part of the equation. Which I guess we're gonna have to start with using the shovels, and then just trying to make it better? Attempt to target you can choose the attempt to shove target. Well. Wait, there is another thing I can think to look at. They added it in subclass recently for Barbarian. A giant. I guess they didn't explicitly say other than, crushing hurl. See, the thing with neurodivergence, for those of you who neither know of an ND or aren't one, we need to use all of our brain capacity. Oh, this task only is 60% of my brain capacity? I need music playing. I mean, you got a point. And... hey, Willem! Welcome, welcome. Choose to... and choose to shove a creature you have raffle. How's it going? Hope you're having a good one. Choose to shove creature you have grappled. With the following. Just got off work a few minutes ago. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're free for the rest of the day or night, whatever it is for you. Hope you have a good time resting up again. You choose to knock them prone. Let's see. When you're prone. It's quite the bad apple. The music? And maintain the effects of the improved raffle condition by electing to go prone as well on top. If you choose to push them away, it can be in any direction away from you. Any direction away from you. Trying to think of a good way to calculate how far you can throw someone. Up to how far do people normally get thrown in wrestling, chat? Because normally when you take the shove action, you can only push someone like 5 feet away. I want it to be at least 10 feet, maybe 15? What's unreasonable, chat? So you think 10 feet to start off? Eventually it's going to be something silly, since it'll be like a high-level fighter. Like, for reference, in terms of lifting something, you can lift twice your carrying capacity, and your carrying capacity is your strength score multiplied by 10 in pounds. So, eventually, a fighter in this subclass is going to have 20 strength, ideally. So, let's see. That's fair. I don't care about saving throws. I want a different kind of throw. I guess I could do maybe you can move them away up to your... I don't want to do strength score because there's a good chance that it just won't be something easily divisible. That's fair, but we also have to consider that this is going to be for characters that are not, like, trying to do the pro wrestling thing of making the attacks look really impressive, but ultimately basically be, like, endurable. Like, sure, this is something that could be used in a more organized, professional way in D&D, but it's also gotta be something that could be used as an actual, yes, I want to destroy the thing that I am fighting. That's true. Although, let's see. When you grapple... Let's see. The target of your grapple must be no more than one size larger than you, so we know that much at least. So even if it's a large creature, you would still be able to, at the very least, move it 5 feet minimum. And I'm probably going to have it be something equivalent to the falling rules for taking damage, and the falling rules are you take 1d6 for every 10 feet you fall. Oh, this is pretty useful, actually. This is going to be very useful for building a wrestler. If a creature falls into the space of a second creature and neither of them is tiny, the second creature has to make a dexterity saving throw or be impacted by the falling creature. Okay. Up to... You wish to make combo attacks a thing? I mean, that is a valid way of wrestling. Let's see. How big is a professional wrestling ring? Okay. 20 feet. So I'm gonna say let's start with 20 feet, which may sound like a lot, and obviously in actual pro wrestling, the reason they're going so far is often because, like, they're running, but I'm gonna go with that for that. For example, character A, a fighter, grapples an orc, and the wrestler jumps from a ledge roof branch onto the orc. Okay. So... that would be... I guess it would be splitting the damage between all three of you evenly? Or as even as possible? Up to 20 feet. If it is thrown upwards, or an object stops it from moving the full distance, it takes the total distance. The target takes damage as if they were falling. The distance following the untraveled distance. Oh, I already said distance. $1d6 bludgeoning for every 10 feet they should have moved. It's just an idea, and it would definitely need more thought put into it, but you're just spitballing. That's true. That's fair. If a creature a creature is in the path if the prone target is interrupted by another creature instead of an object, and the interrupting creature is larger than tiny, and just gonna copy the rules in case someone don't have Pashas. Also, you bought some plum cots while grocery shopping. They're juicier than the finest anime ass. I assume that is a hybrid of a plum and an apricot? I don't think I've had actually either of those fruit. Might have had apricot in. I probably have had apricot in something. I have not had anime ass, no. I certainly don't have an anime ass either, for that matter. If the second creature succeeds on the dexterity you wish you had anime ass. Oh, I mean, that's something that you could work on, I think. I think that's how asses work. Second control. Feeds on the dexterity throw. The thrown creature continues its continues the thrown movement through this. They manage to move out of creature continues on its stride distance. Perhaps, let's see, squats? No, not in that, you know what, yeah, maybe in that sense. Fair. Perhaps learn animation to fashion your own anime ass. Those are both valid options, I would say. Okay, so, this is what we have for the feature you get at 3rd level. First off, when you pick this subclass at 3rd level, you learn the unarmed fighting style if it wasn't already known. If you already knew this fighting style, you become proficient with improvised weapons instead. Additionally, you gain proficiency in the athletics skill, and one other skill of your choice from the following list: acrobatics, performance, persuasion, or intimidation. When you grapple a target, normally grappling a target would only mean that the target's speed is reduced to 0. When a bruiser grapples a target, they additionally have disadvantage on attack rolls that they make, and attacks from you, the grappler, targeting them have advantage, and they cannot cast spells that require material or somatic components, because, I mean, you're grappling them, so they can't move how they would want to, and they can't reach materials. Additionally, they roll concentration checks on spells that they have already cast or managed to cast while being grappled at disadvantage. You can also choose to shove a creature you have grappled with the following benefits. If you choose to knock them prone, you can maintain the effects of the improved grappled condition by electing to go prone as well on top of them, so that's your pin. And if you choose to push them away, it can be in any direction up to 20 feet away from you. It should be... If they are thrown upwards, or an object stops them from moving the full distance, the target takes damage as if they were falling the untraveled distance left in the throw. Just say fall as if they were falling the untraveled distance left in the throw. Then, as a reminder there, 1d6 bludgeoning damage for every 10 feet they should have moved. If the thrown target is interrupted by another creature instead of an object, and neither creature is tiny, the second creature has to succeed on a dexterity save or be impacted by the thrown creature, and any damage is split evenly between them. They would also be knocked prone as well. I think that's a good start. What do y'all think, chat? Anyone have thoughts? Well, I mean, y'all have at least one thought, because hello, I am here. The roof of your mouth is raw and sensitive? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it heals up soon. Okay, so that was the 3rd level feature. The next feature you would get would be at 7th level. Now, one of the subclasses of fighter I'm gonna kind of compare some of the stuff to is the Brute. It never got officially added, but it's honestly not that bad of a subclass. It's very straightforward in what it does, but what it does very well. Oh, YouTube? YouTube, you good? Hello? 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 YouTube? Come on. Come on, YouTube. Come on. Come on, YouTube. Come on. You know those sour ribbons from Haribo? Vaguely, yeah. Why do you ask? There we go. Okay, so at 7th level for a brute, you can add a d6 to any saving throw you made. It's actually pretty good. Ugh. Also, by 7th level, that means you would also have Action Surge, you'd have Second Wind, at least one ability score and extra attack, 2 ability score improvements. That's what caused it. The citric acid rubbed the roof of your mouth and your tongue raw and burned them. Ooh, that's rough. That sounds like very dangerous candy. Let's see. It hurts so good, though. But okay. But I ain't gonna judge. We still have 7th level, 10th level, and 15th level to think about. By which, of course, I just mean I do. You love pineapples and chilies? Ah, you're that kind of person. Got it. Brown mold was a thing? Isn't that just kind of actually a thing, though? Weird. Ooh. Wow. That's pretty cool. I never noticed this chart before. Hmm. Hmm. Did you know that pound for pound, kelp and moss produces more oxygen than trees and grass, respectively? Huh. I did not know that. That's pretty cool, though. So, let's see. What else do we want this class to be good at? I still need to think of some sort of comeback mechanic. And I think it would be good... I liked the idea someone mentioned earlier of doing some kind of showboating. I don't know if that's necessarily for the fighter, but it could very well be. I think it might be more for a bard subclass, but that could definitely still work. Are you gonna make subclasses based on popular wrestlers? Kind of. More for, like, pro wrestling in general, I think. But each class is gonna have it flavored slightly differently, because each class would kind of lean better towards certain kinds of pro wrestlers. For instance, the bard is definitely going to be the more crowd work focused of the wrestlers. They're going to be more benefiting from having an audience. Monk is probably going to be more focused on luchador, since they're already pretty good at doing all of the aerial work that's involved in that. I actually had the suggestion to do a wizard one, a wizard wrestler, but instead of the wrestler, they're the manager archetype instead, so their whole deal is having a summon, and then just really boosting and helping out the summon as much as they can. I always forget what the difference between additional and granted. I think this one's still granted? Or... feature replacement. Could a wizard manager do this with another player? Good question, White. Yes. Yes, I think if anything that would be more interesting than just having it be straight up, I summon a monster, and then I make the monster real strong. I guess at that point it's kind of weirdly becoming a bard wizard, and you know what? I'm not against that. I like that kind of weird concept. Vince Mahone? I mean, I think he did managing too. Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom. I've heard Comeback Kid before, but I couldn't remember if it was... Like, I know it's a band, yeah, but is that anything else? I feel like it's another thing. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom. Yeah, you know, Sonic, it always delivers with the butt rock, and I always appreciate a good butt rock. We'll come back to the name later. So I'm thinking for this one, I want to kind of play around with... I want to kind of play around with doing some kind of damage bonus based off of how much HP you've lost. To kind of set up for, like a revenge mechanic, you know? I guess? I haven't really watched enough of video game movies to know for sure. Excuse me. Alright, so there's two versions. I usually average at that. Oh, yeah. I guess that's a fair point. So there's two things that I'm thinking of for this kind of... For this kind of mechanic. One is either the less HP you have, the more damage you do, or two is when you use your second wind class feature, you get a bonus to damage it, and maybe some other kinds of rolls too, against any target that caused you damage, that, like, damaged you in the first place. What do you think? Which one of those do you think would be more interesting? I would argue that the first Mortal Kombat movie is quote-unquote good, in the sense that it did exactly what it was meant to do. The movie was bad because the whole premise plot of Mortal Kombat in general is just cheesy and silly. That's fair. But what do y'all think, chat? What would be more interesting? I think I'm gonna go with the second wind one. Yeah. Oh, either having it be so that the less health you have, the more extra bonus damage you do, or having it be so that when you use the second wind class feature, which allows you as a bonus action to regain HP once per short or long rest, having that be like, when you use that feature, you also get a bonus to your damage on attacks against anyone who lowered your HP in the first place. And maybe having it be like, the lower your health was before you popped your second wind, the higher the damage output you get as a bonus. I think I'm gonna go with the second wind-based one. Yeah, I think so. Pretty much, yeah. Okay. And the power of the HP, the lower the HP, the more damage you do could be an interesting feature, but it could be prone to being OP. Like, what would the situation be if someone managed to get the fighter to 1 HP? That is a good point. I think it would have to be based off of, like, certain, like, checkpoints, like, if you get them down to, say, a quarter or a half of their HP, like, there's chunks. And obviously, if you did it in, like, quarters, obviously, if you get them down 4/4 of their HP, they're not gonna get any bonus damage because they will just actually be unconscious. Like, knowing what you know about gamers in general, someone is going to work themselves to have as much HP as possible, but to try and keep themselves at as low HP as possible. Yeah, I'd have to make sure that, you can't have the damage be self-inflicted, or at the very least, you can't have the damage be only self-inflicted. Like, you can have damage to yourself as long as in that same, like, move, you also were damaging an enemy. Like, for instance, if as a fighter you multi-classed into a spell-casting class and you cast Fireball at someone who is 5 feet away from you, you're probably going to be caught in the blast. But the idea would then be that you would still be damaging an enemy first and foremost. Seventh level. User. So self-inflicted damage must be a side effect. Yes, I would say so. Because we really don't want to encourage it to just straight up be like, I don't want this to be a subclass about flagellating yourself, you know? I don't want to do that because that feels like it would be a very uncomfortable and dangerous kind of thing to bring into a tabletop gaming situation. Also, unless you're playing a very, very specific kind of subclass, or not subclass, a very specific kind of offshoot of D&D for very specific NSFW reasons, you're probably not gonna be focused on being a flagellant, you know? Or that's the goal, at least, to avoid that. But I think I'm gonna lean towards the second wind one because I did kind of realize that I have recently watched a homebrew D&D subclass that also was for a fighter subclass called a bruiser that also used a revenge mechanic, and you know what? I'd rather not feel like I'm just completely ripping someone else off. Boop, 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 boop. So it learns. To strengthen themselves through adversity. And channeling. That's so I could turn my flash. That's fair. I think that's leaning into a whole separate kind of... Like, I feel like we'd have to build from the ground up to have that kind of mechanic built in. It's not quite what we're going for here. Yeah, and I want to avoid having, like, self-harm be too much of a fixation of the class, you know? Oh, a second. When you use your... So what about only dealing double damage on the next turn after getting hit? Something you can only do if you are attacking. Well, I don't think we can do double damage because, like, for reference, normally in D&D, you would have to roll either a 1 in... Let's see, I think that's... It would either be a 5% chance you would have to roll on an attack roll to do double damage. If you pick a specific kind of subclass, that subclass makes it a 10% chance instead, so I don't think I could make it as controllable as like that. We might be able to work with stuff, though. It's alright, White. I am also not a math gay. I just happen to know the mechanics of the game. At least kind of. Bonus damage. Now, do you think the bonus damage should be based off of how much you were hurt? That bonus damage can be on any target that you attack? Or do you think it should specifically be targets that harmed you in the first place to help also, like, lean away from you just fueling yourself with this power through self-harm? Because if a fighter is using their second wind class feature, that usually means that they're pretty low on HP, and fighters have one of the highest hit die in the game, so they're going to have, on average, pretty high HP pools. So if they're running low on HP, either they're in a very dangerous fight, or it means that the fight has been dragging on for a while. Which means that a lot of the targets that might have hit you are already dead. Or, again, very, very dangerous targets. How much? How many? How many hit points do additional bonus damage to your attacks based off how many hit points? Is that how they spell? Do they have a space between hit point? No, it's a space, yeah. No, not there. It's you. I'll have it be that by default, it is, it's towards the things that damaged you. However, if those things don't, like, if there's not enough, if none of those targets are alive anymore for you to attack, then you can reassign them. And that would also get around the issue still of the self-harm mechanic. Because, like, well, I hurt myself, as well as 3 other people. Those 3 people are dead. I'm still alive. I don't want it to make it so that that bonus damage is only usable against you. I'm just talking in circles at this point, aren't I? I could also just have it be that, if you damage yourself, how much HP you lost is reduced by how much you self-harm to yourself. So that way, like, hurting yourself as a part of, like, a spell attack or something like that. That way, you also wouldn't be able to count that towards the total. Exactly, that's my thoughts, White. If you lost how many hit points how many based off the percentage of hit points you've lost from the total rounded up. Like, there's some interesting stuff that could be explored and it could go a number of different ways. That's fair. I would just want to be very careful about making sure it doesn't go into places that would be, like, actively uncomfortable for some players. But I do agree, it is an interesting mechanic idea. You lost You lost 1/4 of your HP. Here. Did you know that if we didn't have aquatic plants making our oxygen, we would need way larger amounts of trees to replace the oxygen every single oxygen-breathing creature consumes? I did not, but that makes sense. Your attacks deal an additional... Okay, now, should it be a static amount, or should it be like an additional die that you get to roll when you deal damage? I feel like if it's a flat amount that leans too close to being something along the lines of Barbarian. So maybe an additional, like, low-level die? What about this? If you lost 1/4 of your HP, your attacks deal an additional 1d4 damage. This increases to 2d4 at 1/2 of your hit points lost, and 3d4 at 3/4 of your hit points lost. What do y'all think of that? Does that seem reasonable? D4 damage. Same. Like, you don't inherently understand just how much oxygen seagrass and kelp produces. Cut every single tree down to 1/10 of the current amount. Huh. I take it this is one of your special interests, or fixations right now? Let's see. Damage dealt. Damage dealt by yourself or friendly or friendly allied creatures. Is deducted from the total amount of damage you've taken for total amount of damage you've taken with this calculation. It's an admirable goal. What do you think, chat? Oh yeah, I remember that one. Andrew Jackson was a real piece of shit in a lot of ways. But he did know how to beat a man nearly to death with a cane. Bonus damage lasts until... I love also that he came into the field of ecology by virtue of wanting to make sure that he would have things he could, like, shoot or wrestle and choke to death with his bare arms and judo skills. I like that that was his initial driving motivation. You know, if it works, it works. Bonus damage lasts until... The end of combat, or until Teddy was absolutely wild, and part of me can't be convinced that he is in fact dead. It's the wildest thing, but there are some people that I just cannot be convinced that they are, like, as frail and mortal as the rest of us, you know? Next, or until you... or until the next end. Till the end of combat, or until you take a short or long rest. So if you take a short or long rest, you'll be able to heal up more normally. And the end of combat covers both if you activate this skill in combat, or if you activate this skill outside of combat, you'd still be able to get that bonus until the end of the next combat you're in. And considering that I specifically say you cannot get a bonus to damage from any kind of attacks or damage coming from yourself or friendly allied creatures, then you aren't, then that should pretty much cover, like, just incidental damage or anything like that. By your own actions. Both direct or indirect, or dealt by friendly creatures is deducted. Okay, so I included damage dealt by your own actions, so that could include both attacking yourself, or it could include things like tossing yourself in front of speeding traffic, or jumping off of a building. That is still your own action. It's just an indirect action that you're using to harm yourself, so it still counts. Just because it's technically the ground that hurt you and not yourself, you still caused yourself to jump off, so you still don't get the bonus. Do y'all think that I covered my bases well enough there to avoid people trying to abuse this ability for, like, self-harm to get the bonuses? Okay, so now we have the 7 and the 10. The 3 and the 7. Now we need the 10 and the 15 for subclass features. Excuse me. Excuse me. You know, sumo wrestlers aren't actually fat. The top layers of their skin may be fat, but underneath that is mostly muscle. That makes sense. Also, I imagine that, like, if you're doing a cycle of bulking up and converting that into muscle, since muscle is more condensed than fat, that means that you're gonna develop a lot of loose skin, I imagine, too. Man, can you imagine the stretch marks on professional sumo wrestlers? Those must be wild. Alright, so for this one, I'm thinking something that allows you to add a bonus to saving throws based off of how many people are watching you. Like, literally getting boosts from an audience. Tenth level. A bruiser. Has means the ability to turn the Now let's see. Already, Fighter also has... this is something else I need to consider. Already, Fighters also have Indomitable, which allows them to re-roll saving throws. So this is going to make them very good at saving throws, essentially. Which I'm not against. Means the ability to turn the fervor of the crowd into their greater strength. Not strength, that's not the right word. Into Bruiser becomes stronger before an audience. Enduring incredible abuse rather than stronger for others. During incredible abuse rather than disappointing their fans. When you're forced to make a saving throw. Actually, I guess I don't really need it to be capitalized. You're forced to make a saving throw. You can add a cumulative +1. Forced to make a saving throw. Any sort. Including death saving throws. So you'll probably notice that in most of the builds I do, when I include something that boosts saving throws, I specify including death saving throws. This is an in-joke for myself with exactly one other person, because they are under the belief that despite some effects working for all saving throws, it just doesn't work if you are trying to use it on death saving throws. So this is specifically jabbing one singular friend of mine, but it's worth it. Also just makes sense in this context. The cumulative +1 to your results. Forced to make a saving throw. Nope. Cumulative +1 to the total for each friendly or neutral creature that can see or hear you. Up to a maximum bonus equal up to a maximum nope, up to a maximum equal to your efficiency. Bonus. Okay. And then I'm taking a page out of the Brute's playbook, but considering the Brute never got officially published as a class, subclass, I don't really care that much. If you if this bonus is used on a death saving throw, and the resulting total would be equal to or greater than 20, gain the benefits of rolling a 20 on the d20. Oh, that's kind of neat. Didn't know it had a dice roller built in. Cool. Equal to 20 or greater, you gain the effects of having So when you roll a natural 20 on a death saving throw, normally you have to make death saves whenever you hit 0 HP, and that determines whether you become stable and unconscious, which just means that you aren't going to die unless you take more damage, or it means that if you fail, you outright die. If you roll, you have to get 3 successful saves, which is going to be a roll of 10 or higher, or sorry, no, 11 or higher. That's a success. If you get 3 successes, you're back up. If you get a 10 or lower, it's a failure. If you get 3 failures, you're actually just straight up dead. And if you roll a nat 1, that counts as 2 failures. And if you roll a nat 20, you immediately pop back up and you have 1 HP and you're conscious again. So this means that essentially, if your proficiency bonus on the death save would push it to 20 or higher, then you automatically heal back up and you're back and conscious again, and potentially able to use your second wind, which you can then use to get 3d4 extra damage to all your attacks. What are we gonna call this kind of class feature? At this rate, I might just continue going until the end of stream. Or, like, until the end of the class, rather, not the end of stream. Because we're fairly close. I just need to come up with one more subclass feature after this. Although we only have 3 minutes left, so I probably won't be able to actually finish this. Not tonight, anyway. Last one was Fuel for the Fire. Before that, it was Fundamentals of the Ring, I think. Yeah, Fundamentals of the Ring. Is Iron Will a thing in this? I mean, there's a feat, Tower of Iron Will, but it's not exactly what I'm thinking of. Let's call it... Strength of... Strength of the fans. Strength. Crowds. Full string crowds. I'll call it that for now. Okay. I think the 15th level is probably going to be revisiting the stuff you get from Fundamentals of the Ring and just making it better. I don't know how yet, but somehow. What do you think, chat? Should I keep going for tonight, or should I call it a night here? Just in case, meanwhile, I'll start looking at potential raid targets. Either choice, nice. Don't overwork myself? That's fair. At the very least, I want to set up for the last feature. Which is level 15, right? Yeah, 15. Don't know what it's gonna be yet. But I know that it's gonna be something. Let's take a look back at the fundamentals. So I would want it to be an improvement upon what you can do with a grapple. And what you can do with the shove. Yeah, I'll come back to this one, I think. Which means let's head over to start wrapping things up. Francisco, would you mind turning off the music? Oh, my eyes are acting weirdly tonight. I'm gonna have to look at this afterwards. Okay. Francisco? Thank you. Alright, let's turn on... Thank you. Yeah, my eyes are really weird right now. It's a little better without the glasses, but not that much better. Alright, well, while I'm trying to look around for a raid target, could I have someone use the exclamation point socials command? Thank you. Alright, so the first link will take you over to the Discord. If you want to hang out and talk, meet some really lovely people that have joined the community as well, then feel free to join in there. There's a ton of people, and I'm also pretty much always on there if I'm awake. So if you want to hang out, swing on by the Discord. And we got Throne. Throne is just one of many ways that you can support me. If you want to support through monetary donation or subs or commissions or anything like that, that's fantastic. I am flattered and really appreciate it. But honestly, the easiest way that you can help me as a content creator and as a channel is simple word of mouth. If you've got friends that you think would like the stuff I do, share the channel, share the Twitter, which I'll talk about in a second. If you've got raids that you can lead, throw them my way if you think they'd enjoy it. It honestly helps tremendously, and it's one of the best ways that you can support small content creators like me. And then we got the Twitter. I post memes, stuff I care about, artwork I do, and my schedule every Sunday there. And finally the YouTube, which is where I put my VODs when I remember to put my VODs somewhere. My next stream is going to be tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST. So this is going to be kind of an experimental stream for me. I don't know how long this is going to take or how good necessarily it's going to be, but Steam is doing this thing called Next Fest, which is a bunch of demos for titles that are coming out, and I want to see what they're like. I grabbed a whole bunch of them that looked either like a genre I was interested in, or just gameplay-wise, this was something that I thought would be cool, and I'm gonna try and check them out. So I don't know how long that will last. I don't know how long each individual demo is, but we'll see. And if I end up with extra spare time, I'll do something. I don't know. But that's going to be trying out Next Fest demos tomorrow, 6 p.m. EST. Hope to see you there. And yeah, that's everything. So, let's look at a raid target now. Huh? Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you, Tippy. Thank you, Sad. Would y'all like Pokemon Fire Red, Raft, or Monster Hunter Rise? Which of those 3 games would y'all be interested in? Pokemon? Alright, I see Pokemon, so Pokemon's where we're headed. Scrolling on down there. Grabbing the channel here. Excuse me. Alright, waiting for it to load. Going through an ad. Alright, so if you're coming along for the raid... Oh, nope, not that. There we go. If you're coming along for the raid, there's some raid messages you can use. Take the first one if you're a follower. If you're a subscriber, feel free to use the one that has channel emotes. Regardless, though, thank you so much. I had a really nice night tonight. It's been a little while since I've been able to totally freely do artwork just however I want to, and that was a really nice treat. Also, I was a little shaky when we started off, but I think the Bruiser has some real potential, and I'm looking forward to finishing that one off and starting the next subclass in our string of pro wrestlers that are going to be running around D&D now. So, thank you all so much. I hope to see you all either on Discord, or Twitter, or YouTube, or tomorrow, right back here at 6 p.m. EST. I'd love to try out all those cool demos with you. For now, though, take care, be kind to yourselves, and remember, some bunny really cares about you. It's me. I'm the bunny. Alright, I love y'all. Goodbye!